what you would see is something like 25 horsepower for thrust, and then 25 for thrust and about 5 or so for lift. And they also are running a much bigger fan. The restriction is also on the RPM of that fan as well for the thrust engine. Okay, I've just been informed that we are now going out live. So we're putting out a live feed this weekend. So for those of you watching online, welcome. And you may have seen on the Facebook group that the weather is, well, it's quite pleasant. It's cloudy, but quite warm and very little wind. So quite a nice day. So the front row now complete. Our pole sitter for this race, number 81, Nick Drew, Formula 50. And then second spot, Josh Morales, number 43, just dropping in there. Those two having a very close battle yesterday, so watch out for those two. Then in third spot, we got 117, and that is Elliot Folland, coming out from juniors last year. He's doing well in the Formula 50s in the adults now. Alongside him is number 48, And that is Josh Trussler, another one that's come out of juniors from last year. So that's the front row complete. Second row, we got 111, Hannah Deacon. Then alongside is number 69. And that is Dan Turnbull. And then 51, that's Georgia Olner. So all of these are Formula 50s at the moment. Then on row 3, we've got 95. And that is going to be Charlie Clark. Then alongside him is Kian Olner, so brother to Georgia, who I've already spoken about. And then we got 145, and that is Charlie Moore. And then completing row 3 is 144, and I've got Harry Pound. So it was Dad yesterday. It looks as though it's Harry today, the son. Row 4, we got 59. And that is Oscar Lewington. Again, another one that's come out of juniors last year. And then we've got the F35, 171 Zoe Deacon. Then 167 Nancy Devlin. And then row 5, oh yeah, she's just come out of juniors as well last year. And then row 5, we got number 86. And that is Ben Lambert. Again, another junior coming out from last year. So the races today will be 8 laps apart from the Colts. So younger age group, they're 10 to 13, they'll be doing 6 laps. So all the races 8 laps apart from the Colts. So the grid is lined up. They'll be running away. If you're down in the main spectator area there, they'll be going away from you for a very short sprint to the corner. They'll go around the turn and then make their way down to the lake. Yesterday we had a 5-4, 5-4 grid. That was a bit busy on the first turn, so they've condensed it down a bit and running a 4-3, 4-3. So hopefully it should be a bit, flow a little bit better. Possibly not so exciting for us watching, but we'll see how that goes. We're now on the 2-minute board. Quick last minute tweet to Josh's class by his brother Jake. We're now on the 1-minute board. Right, so today we've not used the lights, the Randall's got block yesterday with us, so we're all the place within sight on the flag. Start marshal is up on the podium, and the flag is up, and we're away. It's going to be Josh Morales, I think. He's got the lead at the moment. Nick Drew trying to find back as they go around the turns to drop to the water. It is 43.81. The grid is cleared. Here we go. Josh Brown still leading the quarter three. Nick Rubens going down to the right hand side. Robert 117. Then Dan Turnbull 69. 111. And the going to the Josh Brown 45. Gino 72. 41. George Owner 51. She's dropped down the field. And then it's 144. F35 just gone through 171 and then just behind Nancy Devlin 167. Already catching the back markers. Nancy Devlin goes a lap down on the deep grass. Still Josh Morales, number 43. He comes through the line. That is now 3 laps completed. Nick Drew still inside the distance, but with it, that's go damage. It will be striving off some pace. Josh has to switch round the outside and will in the game at 45. Still Elliot Bottom got 1-7 and he's being chased by Dan Turnbull. Starting to open up now in first section. He's very slightly away from Nick Drew. Nick is now going to be under threat from Elliot Folland 117. Nick has got that stern damage, but Elliot 117 has got Dan Turnbull right behind him. Number 69 water. They've got a whole group found. That's up turn 111, 48, 171, 95, 72. Back through the midfield. Reader now is going to be approaching that fairly quickly, so he's going to be careful now how he puts through that traffic. And you're putting the cross up inside as it does that Turnbull as it goes past me. That's really on for that third slot. Dan Turnbull trying to find a way past him. 117. And coming out of the juniors from last year, and he's certainly making his mark in the adult section. Now. Goes through, 43 just currently, still wide for Nick Drew, 81, and 117, 69, as they go through the line. Right, last lap board is now out. 43 just managed to go through. 1 lap to go. Still pulling away from Nick Drew, number 81. Second follow is Dan Turnbull right this turn. Go round the turn, they've got back markers. Dan Turnbull on the inside, he goes through under. So Dan Turnbull, number 69, now up to the third. Elliot Folland, number 117, drops and falls. the line to take the win. First win today, 43, Josh Morales. Coming through in second is 81 through. Third across the line, 69 down Turbo. Fourth across the line is 117, Elliot Pollock. We're still waiting for fifth at the moment. That's looking like 111 and Kennedy. Yeah, we go. The pink and white glass goes through the line. Takes fifth. 48 just plus the seventh. It's going to be 95. Darwin Clark. 83, 72 Ian Olner. 9th is 51 Georgia Olner. 10th is 145 Charlie Moore. 11th is 144, and I think that's Harry Pound. 12th is 59 Oscar Lewington. 13th is 86 Ben Lambert. 14th is 171 Zoe Deacon in that F35. And then 15th spot 167 Nancy Devlin. Right, so our next group up are the Colts. So we're dropping down the age group right to 10 to 13 years of age. These are the youngest ones that we run now. They are restricted in what they can run engine-wise, but ultimately they are only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust. So no point in getting an engine and tuning it to its maximum, because ultimately it's the amount of thrust you push out the back that will determine what they're allowed. So we do have a test rig for actually checking that. So whilst we're waiting for that group to form up, just to say that if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the club as a whole, because obviously being in the middle of the country here is predominantly about the racing, but there are parts of the country up in the northwest and the southeast where they do cruising, completely different type of craft. But the information about the club as a whole is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Now, for this, for the first time this year, we now have the possibility of a taster. If you fancy getting involved in racing, but you don't want to do that initial outlay of buying a craft, but you'd like to have a go, we do now have a craft that you can hire. It's only one craft, so if you're thinking about it, then obviously you need to book it in advance through the club website, or drop an email to info@hovercraft.org.uk. And it's a Formula 50 craft. You'll see out in the Novices a bit later on. It's been hired this weekend. The costings for it, you're looking at £195 for the day, or £325 for 2 days. So that's an arrive and drive. If you're going on the internet, arrive and drive hovercraft to race. That's what you're looking for. And yeah, you'll see that craft out a bit later. If you want to go and follow us on Twitter/X, Facebook or Instagram, for all three of those, it's official HCGB. Right, so the Colts are now forming up. Okay. So in pole position, we've got 158, Tyler Reynolds. Second spot, we got number 4, Theo Spedding. Third spot, 82, James Cooper. 4th spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 5th spot, 158, Theo Spedding. 3rd spot, 158, Theo Spedding. 4th spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 2nd spot, 158, Theo Spedding. 1st spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 3rd spot, 158, Theo Spedding. 4th spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 2nd spot, 158, Theo Spedding. 1st spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 1st spot, 158, Theo Spedding. 4th spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 2nd spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 1st spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 3rd spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 2nd spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 1st spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 3rd spot, 158, Tyler Reynolds. 2nd spot, 158, Tyler Reynol And then in completing the front row, in number 5 is Lucas Rhodes. Second row, we've got 153, Emily Lewandon. And then alongside Emily is number 95, and that is Dylan Clark. So 6 craft on the grid for this Colt race. As I said earlier, this is the only one that does 6 laps. Now, you will have noticed as I go through the grids, calling out the names, they're all done that like almost since the beginning of the club, and that goes back a long way. So, yeah, it's... If you're out there and you want to race, and if you want to form a team actually in the adult section, then it's quite often crafted runners teams. So I do have to look at the boards to see who's driving, and that could be any combination. It could be friends, it could be family members, all sorts of combinations, aunties, uncles, mothers, daughters, all sorts. It does catch me out sometimes, so I do have to look at the driver very carefully to see who's who on the grid. Just double check that the information I've got on my screen is correct. Sometimes it does tell me little porcupines, catches me out. It looks like we're coming up to the start of this race very shortly now. We're just going on a 2-minute board now. So 2 minutes away from the start. Our pole sister at the moment. The dad's pulling away at that engine. It seems to be a bit reluctant to play at the moment. The race will not be held for that part, so if they haven't got it going, then it will be pulled to one side. It will be allowed out during the race if they can get it fired up. So lots of running around at the moment. There we go, they're just going to put it to one side. Let the second row through. They'll continue pulling them back. Oh, we've lost 2 of them. Having London also pulled to one side. Right, we're coming up to the start now. Flag is up, and we're away. Moment. Down first. Followed by number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Then 82. Being James Cooper, and then we got 95, Dylan Rhodes. Sorry, Clark, not Rhodes. It's a big family. So the two crafts have been pulled off the track. They're still working away at them. Oh, there's the pole sitter. They've just fired up the engine. It's going to be a lap down if they can get that running properly, but it has fired up. Right there, and the cylinder that's scratching his head, trying to work out why it's not working. And our pole sitter, number 158. Mark Reynolds finally getting away, there's a lap down. So it's really a case of Tyler now looking up laps on the chart to actually get some points. Meanwhile, Theo goes through the line for 4 in first place, still being chased from 5 to 5. Harris Rhodes. Oh, sorry, Lucas Rhodes. Not being corrected. Lucas Rhodes. Devon Clark may have been asked for the two front runners. Managed to ease a very small gap. Or, spreading. And the 5 just about to make the same pass. That is Lucas Rhodes. Still working on Emily's craft there, so I suspect that's going to come back to the paddock of the trailer. The last lap forward is now waiting for our leader to come through, so 1 lap to go now. Theo Spedding goes through for, and still being fighting in number 5, second spot, Lucas Rhodes. So pole sitter for the race, number 158, Tyler Reynolds lost the lap. He's seems to have caught up the two front runners, but he's not going to be able to unlap himself. The checkered flag is now waiting for our two front runners as they exit the lake there. They come up the hill. And it's Theo Speddington's going to take the win, number 4. Very close behind, but not close enough. His second spot is number 5, and that is Lucas Rhodes. So in third spot, Tyler Reynolds, after a disastrous start, did actually pick up third, so not a complete disaster for him. Fourth spot goes to 82, James Cooper. And fifth spot goes to Dylan Clark, number 95. Well, as suspected, Emily Lewandon going back off the trailer now. Hopefully they'll get to the bottom of that. We'll see Emily out later. Dad's wandering across the course, shaking his arms, scratching his head. So at the moment, there's no clear indication as to why that's not running. So now we're up in the pace now. We're looking at the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s coming out. So, Formula 2, up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. Formula 1s, unlimited capacity. Anything goes. So in the Formula 1s, generally you're not looking at cc, you're looking at about horsepower. And that horsepower typically will range for a thrust engine alone, will be somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower, plus a lift engine. Generally, it's a 2-stroke formula, although 4 strokes can be run. It's generally 2 strokes that dominate. The 0 to 60 is quite rapid. They will out-accelerate most standard road cars from the standing start, 0 to 60. They'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. And just remember, they've got no brakes. None of these cars got brakes. And you'll see the precision, especially the Formula 1s, at the speed they're doing, how precise they position their craft going round the corners. So in the Formula 2 group, we do have a 4-stroke. He's just dropping into the front row of the grid alongside the Formula 1. So the two formulas not being separated as the weekend's gone. It's now the grid is set by positions, points accumulated over the weekend. So that gives you an idea of the performance of number 89, the yellow craft with the black duct. 89, Peter Simons Thompson. You'll hear the roar of that big 4-stroke as he comes past. He is on, I think, 3rd spot on the front row. Alongside him is Stevie Milligan in the Formula 1. And Stevie's number is 25. In Germany, So Michael having several craft up over here. Just going to look in to see, he's just parked behind me, and is he moving? Yes, he's coming out with his number 5 craft. So Michael Metzner he's got several crafts there. He's got a new one that's being tested this weekend, which is actually being driven by Damien Rhodes, number 22. He's the current world champion. And that craft just coming onto the grid now. So it's still under test at the moment, that craft. Right, sounds as if there might be a slight issue with number. Yeah, okay, so number Michael Metzner is coming out. There's a bit of conversation going on over the radio about his race number and what he's signed on as. So on my sheet, should be in pole as number 56, but he's come out with a different number. So I'm sure there'll be some conversations on the grid as to where he's going to go. Just clarifying that now. In second spot is Adam Turnbull, number 68. So the front row looks as though it's now complete. So our pole sitter that should have been Michael Metzner in number 56, which is a Formula 2 number, that craft is actually sat behind me in the paddock. So he's come out in a completely different craft, which is a Formula 1 spec craft. So he's now got to go to the back of the grid. Very confusing. So I'm trying to keep on top of this. Row 2, we got 119, Jake Trussler in the Formula 2. Then we got number 1, Callum Beale. That's a Formula 1. He races with his dad. His dad is a former world champion, Formula 1, Formula 2, European, UK. So we got Michael Metzner, who's out there as a previous world champion, Formula 1, Formula 2. So we got 3 world champions out there that have been over the recent years. So should be hopefully in for a good race. Completing row 2, we got 61. That's going to be Dave Palfrey in a Formula 2. Although I'm not sure that that craft is there. I can't see it at the moment, which is unusual. Normally super reliable, that craft. Row 3, we got 98, Maciek Uchman in a Formula 2. Then 52, I think that's going to be Aaron Sutton. Then it's 22, Damien Rhodes in a Formula 1. Then number 2, Cy Francis in the Formula 1. He's had mixed fortunes, hence being right at the back, so watch out for him in that number 2 craft. And row 4, we got 92, in theory, Wayne Hill, but I'm not sure if he's on the grid. And then, of course, Michael Metzner, I think, has gone out as a Formula 1. He's right at the very back, so watch out for him coming through. Right, we're on the 1 minute board, so 1 minute away from start now. Starter is up on the podium. Flag is out. Out of the way. Two, 5, 98, 52, 22. And it's all very tight as they make the turn to drop onto the water. It's still Adam Turnbull, 68. Then Stephen Jackson Wayne 1 wide. Number 5. Has already moved up in the 4th spot, right from the back of the grid. There's a whole bunch going down to the turn. Still the 2 trying to sort themselves out. There's a mix of Formula 1s and 2s in this big group. It's still being led by Formula 2, but Michael Metzler in number 5 has now moved up into the 2nd spot in that Formula 1 from the back of the grid. Two, 119. There's a group of 5 craft there, just made the turn at my end, and they're now dropping down to the water. There's absolutely nothing between those 5. Then we've got the Taylor that's coming through, 98 my check up from 52 Aaron Sutton. And still coming through, 22 Taylor. So going through into the lead, one takes the lead. Sorry, that's 68. Then we've got that group of 5 who's being led by 25, 89, 1, no, yes, 1. I'm hesitating there because it's something changed. Then it's 2, then 119. Then change the places going on in that group of 5 that is battling for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. With 4 laps gone now. We're on 1 to go. Unlisted now, pulling away. Then number group of 5. 119. 119 dropping off very slightly now. I think it's going to be a group of 4. That group of 4 being led by Stevie Milligan. 25, 89, which is the Formula 2, the big 4 stroke. Then 1 and 2, both of those Formula 1s. Johnson puts the clock up on his side. I'm not sure if there was a contact by Callum Beale. They will come up, but that was the first one. Callum Beale, 89, 1, 2. Side by side, they go around the turn. Callum Beale gone through and past 89, has he? No, 89 Pierce Armstrong slips back through. With 5 laps gone, 5.5 laps gone. So the battle is really for that 3rd, 4th. Callum Beale in the Formula 1, chunky guy inside branches, another lap. They are chasing the Formula 2, 89 Pierce Thompson. I'm looking for our leader. Oh, there he is. He's to come through the line. 1 lap to go. The last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. 2nd spot, still Adam Turnbull, 68. Then a gap to our battles going on. And 98 my check on the back marker's going to get caught up. Dropped off a lot of speed, he's lost 1 or 2 places there. Coming back through, it's 25, 2, 89, 1. They're still battling as they go round the turn to drop onto the water. It's the winner is Michael Metzler, number 5. I'm going to focus on that battle that is for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're going across the water now, still being led by 25. going past, that's going to be side branches. I think 68 Adam Turnbull goes through. He gets second. Coming through in third is number 2, side branches. Then 25, then 1, Canfield. Then 89, the first Formula 2's. Single side stop. What a great race between those, those 4 crafts, 5 crafts. Okay, bring my voice back down to a normal level. Obviously, they will get split down into their individual formulas, but as I see it on the screen, just the overall picture. First place went to Michael Metzner in a Formula 1. Second went to 68 Adam Turnbull in a Formula 2. Third goes to Cy Francis in a Formula 1. Fourth goes to 25 Stevie Milligan in a Formula 1. Fifth goes to number 1 Callum Bill in a Formula 1. Then its 6th spot goes to 89 Peter Symes Thompson in a Formula 2. Then another Formula 2 in 7th spot, 119 Jake Trussler. 8th goes to 98 Richard Uckman in a Formula 2. And then 9th goes to 52 Aaron Sutton, again in a Formula 2. And bring up the rear. Number in 10th spot, number 22 Damien Rhodes in a Formula 1. So, we're bringing down the pace a bit now, but hopefully all the excitement. Yes, the excitement yesterday. Yeah, it was some great racing here with the juniors, close stuff. So the pace may have come down, but hopefully not the excitement based on yesterday's 2 races. So the juniors, aged 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricted what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3 specification car, which is up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke, and the Formula 50 spec craft, which is based around the Rotax 503 twin-cylinder air-cooled, and also the Formula 35 spec craft. There's none of those out there in this group, and that's based around 35 horsepower industrial 4-stroke engines. So, running through the grid, in pole position is number 1, Ollie Brand. What a birthday he had yesterday. 2 wins, and it's his birthday. Can't ask better than that. He's still in pole position. But, chomping at his heels, we've got in 2nd spot, Lily Elston. She was out of Colts last year. So she's up with the more adult section of that group, the youngsters. 3rd spot, Tom Hudson, 46. He'll be looking to redeem himself a bit from yesterday. Not quite going to plan, but so watch out for Tom Hudson in that bright fluorescent orange and white craft. He's in 3rd spot. 4th spot is Curtis Rhodes, number 9. That completes the front row. 2nd row, we got 147, Nathan Ash. Now, his engine blew up when his dad was racing it in Formula 3 yesterday, so he's had to borrow a craft. And for Nathan, it's all about now just picking up points for the overall championship. Then we've got in 6th spot, Harley Allman, 75. And then in theory, we've got Joe Smith, number 24. In 7th. So 8 laps for the juniors. So the second race yesterday, just to show you how close it was, Ollie Brown was leading the race, but he was being chased by Tom Hudson in number 46. And as they crossed the line, Tom had the opportunity to close that gap right down. And the angle I was looking at, which I was quite close to the finish, I couldn't actually call it as to who won the race. It did turn out to be Ollie, but it was close. What you would tell us the photo finish. So we're on the 2 minute board. We've gone through that. I think we're on the 1 minute board. The start will coming out very shortly now. Right, here we go. And he's fighting back as she retakes that second spot. And, well, no, Tom says no, you're not going to have it. He's on the inside line. Is he going to get round there first? No, Lily Alston does. So it's 1, 44, 46. That's the first three. So that drop onto the water, which was out of my view, it's produced a change in second and third. It's now Tom Hudson, 46 in second. Third is now Lily Alston, 44. The clear leader at the moment is number 1, Ollie Brown. But now Tom Hudson is in pursuit. Tom is now looking to close that down and see if he found a challenge for the lead of the race. Lily Alston, 44, has got number 9, Paris Rose, very close behind, so we could see a battle for third spot there. Right, 2 laps gone. So I was looking at the gap between first and second. I think it's staying about the same. So Ollie Brown in the lead car. He's got the race under control at the moment. He's keeping Tom, number 46, in second place. The gap about the same. Third, still 44, Lily Alston, and then fourth, Paris Rose, demonstration, and 44 second, 6, 24, Joe Smith, and then 7, Harvey Allman. So the 2 front runners starting to lap the back markers now. On that last lap, so Ollie's opened up the gap. Yeah, Thomas got back very slightly on that last lap, but still in a comfortable second. Third just got to the line. Elston 44. That Harley Allman looks as though he's stopped somewhere on track. The last lap board. Now being delayed around leaders. And our leader comes through. It's still Ollie Brand, number 1. 1 lap to go now. Thomas 46 go through the solid second. Three wins in a row goes to Ollie Brand, number 1. Second goes to number 46, Tom Hudson. At the moment, it's Lily Elston that I'm looking for. The third spot, she's still to appear. There she comes. So Lily Elston, 44 takes third. Fourth spot at the moment is Courage Road. She's just coming across the lake there. Number 9. So fourth spot goes to number 9, Carriage Roads. Fifth goes to 147, Nathan Ash. Sixth goes to 24, Joe Smith. And then it's Harley Allman. It's seventh, number 75. And he's broken down on the track. I think there's a recovery going to take place now. So the next group coming up very shortly onto the grid, they are the novices. So as it implies really, these are new or relatively new drivers or even re-qualifying drivers. We do have one new brand new driver this weekend. That will be coming out to the grid shortly. But with the novices, they have to do 15 races before they can qualify up. They're allowed to use any of the main Formula craft, even the Formula Ones, but there is a restriction on the Formula One with the amount of thrust that they can actually produce. So fairly open, but somebody coming into the sport that's sort of quite new or never been involved before, A typical craft that would be good for a beginner would be a Formula 50 or a Formula 3 craft. So still waiting for our pole sit to come out. And this is actually a driver that's re-qualifying, so dropped out for a few years, coming back in. It's Noah Wilkinson, number 155. Second spot, already there. Oh, just dropping into position now. Jonathan Blyker, 142. Then we got number 34. This is the interesting one, Clive Buxton. So 34, Clive Buxton running in Formula 50. This craft is actually hired for the weekend from the club. If you're thinking of, I'd maybe like to take up and maybe do some racing, but don't necessarily want to put the craft or build a craft in the first instance, but you'd like to try it, then that possibility is now available. We've started it this year. We've got a Formula 50 craft. That is number 34 on the grid there. That craft has been hired. You can do that for £195 a day or £325 for 2 days. And the way to get information on that, actually, if you just type in on Google, Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race, that will give you the link. But it's the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain that you're looking for. If you want to send in an email direct, then that's info@hovercraft.org.uk. And of course, that all goes through the main club website, which will give you everything detail-wise about the club, our race calendar, cruising side as well. And that's at www.hovercraft.org.uk. So the novices will be doing 8 laps. I fully expect 155 Noel Wilkinson to sprint off fairly quickly. Just as a matter of interest, that craft is actually, or was actually, run by Ollie Brand, who's just won that last race. He was racing that craft, Ollie, until the end of last year. And this site to build a new one, so that's what he's racing now. So the craft was available, so Noel said, yeah, could I borrow it for the weekend? The nature of the club is such that even after all these years, I started back in 1967. And it's still very much a family-oriented sport. The big sponsors haven't come in and taken over. So if that's something that attracts you, so that the whole family can get involved, not just necessarily dad or mum racing, but the whole family, then this could be a sport for you. This particular meeting is run by the Chilterns branch of the Hover Club of Great Britain. So we're based loosely in the Aylesbury area, but spread our net quite wide. So this is our event that we're running. And I'm just listening, there's a 2-minute board. So if you're interested in getting things up, are still very family orientated. There's loads of different areas that you can get involved in. Just getting the event organised this weekend, or if you want to fancy going out as a marshal, or scrutineers, they're all trained to obviously scrutineer the craft, which has to be done at the beginning of each weekend to a level that is safe. We've got our lap scorers. Who else have we got? Well, got me commentary, but I've got another a good few years yet before I retire. Hopefully. And somebody's just whispered in my ear, unfortunately. I think he, well, hopefully he's joking. Right, we're on the 1 minute board. So after this race, we will be having the open race. There will be a short pause before we can allow public in, but I'll give you a heads up on that when we get to it. Here we go, we're on the flag, amber away. So the craft we got out there, Formula-wise, we've got a Formula 3, Formula 50, Formula 2, asset. Well, looks like Charlie's in the bushes. I've got hopefully a camera that's going to give me a close-up shot of that. So the drivers put the nose of the craft into the bushes, and I'm not quite sure how that's happened, but unfortunately, Hovercraft don't have a reverse gear, so she's had to push her way around, and she's back on track. But we've lost another craft. Actually, Charlie's just passed a craft that's just exited the lake there and stopped. I'm just trying to work out which one that is. Glider. 142 stopped. Meanwhile, our leader goes through. Noah Wilkinson, 155. That is now 2 laps completed. Back on track, whatever that issue was, it's managed to get it fired up. At the moment, with our leader just going to go to the point down the so it's Novice 155, and they look like may still be in the second spot. Buxton or then a shake of the head, no, the order's changed. Third, then 99, Charlie Bristow, and 142. Oh, I'm looking at the screen completely wrong. So, hey, I hope you're all drinking water down there, because I think it's affecting maybe not lost. So I've got 3 out of 4 craft on the same part of the track, not necessarily the correct order. So first spot is 155 Noel Wilkinson, second spot is 34 Clive Buxton, third spot is 99 Charlie Bristow, fourth spot is 142 John Spiker. So Noel Wilkinson's back up on second spot by Buxton, 34. A lap up on the rest of the field is 1 lap to go now. So an easy win there for Noel Wilkinson, cross through line 155. Second's going to go to the 34, Clive Buxton. Third's goes to 99, Charlie Bristow. And fourth goes to 142, Jonathan Blyker.
Do that one.
So on that last lap, there was a change of order, so I'll run through that again. The clear winner was Noel Wilkinson, 155, but Charlie Bristow coming through in second spot again, number 99. Third is 34, Clive Buxton, then it's Jonathan Blyker, 142. So it looks like a change of second and third there on the last lap. Our next group up onto the grid that is just starting to form up now. We are now looking at an open formula race. So open to all the main formulas apart from the Novice, Juniors and Colts. So a complete mixed bag. Directly after this, we will be having a break. Now, normally at that point, I would open up the paddock for members of the public to come and have a look around. But we're going to put a small delay on that because there is apparently some testing going to be done. So we need to continue moving the craft in the paddock. Once they finish that, then I will open up the paddock for members of the public to come in. But I'll keep you updated on that one. Grid starts to form up, still dropping into position. So pulses for the race, just moving through the grid and into position. That will be the Formula One. Number 5, Michael Metzner. Come all the way from Germany. This isn't a European round, but he does have a UK number. And he's just getting race prepped, ready for the World Championships in Germany in late August. Alongside him will be another Formula One, number 1, Conrad Bill. He's just working his way through the paddock now. So in first and second spot, we have both of them previous World and Formula 2 champions. Michael, that Formula 1 is really on song this weekend and seems to be getting the upper hand. Third spot is not there yet. That should be Rob Trussler, number 9 in Formula 2. Coming through the blue car. So Rob Trussler, 119, just dropping into third spot in the front row there. Formula 2, and then another Formula 2 completing that front row, 53, Jamie Lewington. Second row, we got another Formula 2, 98, Maciek Uthman. Then 61, this time it's being driven by Katrina Palfrey. So it's one of those combinations of that particular one is father and daughter. And then we've got 52, and another combination of boyfriend-girlfriend. This time it's girlfriend Abby Beale. So you've just spotted the surname Beale. So her dad is in the front row. And dad shares that craft, that number 1 craft, with Callum, who's just walked behind me now. So a whole family affair. And I think mum is in the doing the lap scoring. So there we go. She tries to cover her face and not look when her team is racing. So that's row 2. Row 3, we've got a Formula 3, 144. Now that could be Richard Pound or Harry Pound, but we think it's Richard, Dad, this time. Then it's number 70, Thomas Richard. He's come over. Oh, 70 is not coming out. Oh, it's 22 is coming out. Damien Rhodes. So again, 8 laps for this race. Now on the programme, it does show a paddock break. At which point we normally say, yep, you can come in and have a look around the craft, but there is something going on. So I've been asked to delay that paddock open. It will still happen, but we just put it on hold for a short period of time while there's some craft being moved in the paddock and some testing done on the course. This is the testing on the course will be trying out a slightly different layout for a future event. So we are sending this out live on the internet. Obviously club members are seeing this live, but you can go and access it afterwards. If you look for Whittlebury1 on YouTube for this year, you'll almost certainly find it after this weekend. and obviously other events, other Whittleburys have been here, and other things like that. Right, we're on the 2-minute board, so 2 minutes away from the start now. Bill number 1 that goes into the lead first, then 5, then 2. 53, Jamie Lerner with his hand up. In that Formula 2 at the second turn, and he pulls the craft off to one side. Just spotting Nick Drew going out as a day starter as well. Then that Formula 50, number 81. Great Formula 1, Conradville, then 5, Michael Messner, then 2, Sky Francis. Scott. Truck 119, performance turn, the whole back from half, 48, 61, 52. 95, 144, 81, and 22. So, Conradville pushing that craft hard, puts it up on his side, takes a turn and run down the water, not going to be long before Number 5 is still on his tail. Sky Francis not that far behind either, and now he's going to go for the 2. There we go. Front runner. Conrad, just a small gap now. Michael Messner still there. Sky Francis in third. Formula 1 dropping back very slightly. He's getting caught by the traffic. Right, and it's all getting very busy for the two front runners. They go through the traffic. It's still number 1, Conradville, Mickey, 5. Michael Messner on his tail. Sky Francis number 2, third, but dropping back very slightly each lap. Five laps completed. place now. First spot. Right, the last lap board is now being prepared. The leaders come out the lake. It's still Conrad Bill leading number 1 in that Formula 1. The first two go through. Michael Massa still pushing hard. First spot, Side Francis says, whoa, he's dropped right back. But still in a solid third. And the run to the line, here we go, it's close, but it is Conrad just a craft length in it. Michael Bester, goes round the turn there, puts the craft up on his side. Has he seen the checkered flag? Hopefully. That was close, but Conrad Bill, a craft length in it as they cross the line. He takes the win. Michael Bester takes second. Third, just crossing the line, is number 2, Cy Francis. Fourth is going to go to 1.9, Rob Trussler. Fifth goes to 98, Maciek Uckman. Sixth goes to 48, Josh Trussler. Seventh goes to 61, Katrina Palfrey. 8th goes to 95, and I think that was Charlie Clark. 9th goes to 52, Abby Bill. 10th goes to 144, and we think that's Harry Pound. 11th goes to 22, Damien Rose. So as the craft get brought back to the paddock, we will be going for a short break now. So there is going to be something happening in the paddock and on the track, so I need to keep the paddock closed at the moment for any members of the public. So apologies for the delay. It may well be that we push the start time back to allow for this. Right, I've just heard that we are actually sticking to programme, so the next race will start at 2:45, and so hopefully there should still be a good amount of time for you to come in, but I'm just holding you there at the moment whilst we get this testing done. They're looking for a small change to the circuit. This is for a future event, so they want to work out whether it will actually work or not. So we've still got some craft movement going on. Obviously, if you there's two options now. You can either stay down in the main public area or up in the small top public area by the ambulance. Or if you're in the main public area, you can actually walk to your left if you're looking at the lake. Walk to your left and walk round. That will take you past the marquees with the snack wagon. So there's food and drinks down there available. That's available all day. If you want to come to your right and walk up into the paddock, then we'll have to hold you there for the moment until we get all the craft sorted and back into the paddock. Yes, the world. Yeah. So whilst we're just waiting for these craft just to do a test, they're looking at a potential change for a future event here. So this hopefully will only take a short time. So just give me, I'll just give you a heads up if or when you're coming up into the paddock to have a look around. It is strictly a no smoking zone. That includes e-cigarettes. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Watch out for those hot exhausts. They can be anywhere on the craft. They will tend to be on the edge, so watch out for those. Drivers are usually amenable to answering any questions. If you've got any technical questions or just general questions, they're usually pretty good at answering that sort of stuff, unless they've got spanners flying everywhere and cylinder heads off and bolts and what have you. Another reminder with the weather today, it's a bit funny weather today. It's quite warm, so please make sure you stay hydrated during the day. It's still very warm. Somewhere, yeah.
We're going back on program.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it, Barry.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I've now been given the all clear. So, members of the public, you are now free to come into the paddock to have a look around. So, drivers, be aware that members of the public are now coming into the paddock area. So, all engines off, please. So, members of the public, if you're down in the main area there in the car park, if you're looking at the lake, walk to the right, just follow the path round, you'll come through a gate and walk up into the paddock. Just come through the rope and into the paddock area. Another reminder, strictly a no smoking zone. That includes e-cigarettes. And small children, if they're with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Watch out for those hot exhausts. They tend to be on the edge of the craft. Our next race will start at 2:45. So we've got quite a break now. So it gives you a good opportunity to come into the paddock and ask any questions. Obviously, if you don't want to do that, then there's the food outlet down by the marquee at the bottom of our camping field. They've got hot and cold drinks there and food, all sorts of different food. And if you're like me and you need gluten-free, then they've got those options down there. And I'm going to be heading down there shortly. So I'm probably going to go quiet for a while now. And stay hydrated. And I'll be looking to clear the paddock again at 2:30. So an hour from now, we've got an hour before I start clearing the paddock and we get back on track again.
Catching it, and I just saw him take his helmet off. He's in a bit of a state where he's feeling a bit crap as it is.
Well, I thought his breath was giving up.
Well, that's what I thought as well, but
It was all just easy.
it was just too hot. It is, that's the thing, it's deceptive today. It doesn't look that hot.
No,
It's
muggy and stuff.
very.
past for a half-past start. Right. 3 past for a half-past start.
Huh?
Oh, what time was it then?
2:35 in position for 2:45 start. Have you come up too early then?
Oh, I haven't left.
No, I haven't. There's some early 7 and doing the back.
Well, what's the time?
And then from it's too far for me to walk that way to come back.
So I've got 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
What, to the camper and back?
Walkable, but
Doable.
yeah,
Definitely doable.
it's literally you'll get there, grab what you want, and then come back.
That's fine. As long as I can grab what I need.
Yeah.
right at the moment, but later I could well be using it for driving speakers back, and that'll drain the battery. No. No, it's there. It's one of those ones that sort of like, if I sit down, then I'll go. But it's got a bit of a change to it. That is what you put on here. Oh, your stall? Oh, I haven't seen that one. Check it out. Oh my god. I've never seen anything like that. Oh, it's different. Yeah, not too low, are you?
I think I'm in an hour in about them for ages.
How much are they? Right, ladies and gentlemen, it has come to that time in the day where I am now looking to clear the paddock of any members of the public. So any members of the public, if you're in the paddock area, have a look around. Especially if you're in the main public area down by the car park, you do need to start making your way back in the next couple of minutes, as the craft will be coming out onto the grid at about 25 to, so in 5 minutes time. The first race is at 2:45. So first race at 2:45. So any members of the public, if you're going back down to the main public viewing area, obviously make your way down the hill. If you're going to stay up the top here, you're more than welcome to do that. There's a public viewing area by the ambulance here. And if you do go there, obviously you can get back to the main car park, public viewing area, just via a different road. And that's at the back of where the ambulance is. Go down the road. That will take you round the bottom of the lake there, past the food vendors and our big marquee. And you can get back to the car park there. Okay. Down from 22 down tonight, and it goes up 5 pillars now. It did feel pretty solid, didn't it? Yeah, I've been in an hour in Vegas, but we wanted something in between races sometimes, because that one is nothing like that. It's really, and I couldn't sit down because of the wet grass and stuff, so I'm going to do it. And I'm waiting for it to fix my bag, it's lightweight. Yeah. So, yeah. But it's got a carry handle as well. Well, it just says school on it. Yeah, but these ones. You've got to have good ground though, because I sat on it earlier and it was a bit of a truck and I was yeah, I've got them at home. Ones and they've broken them. Yeah, I had them at home because I can't be.
Yeah, I was thinking mine about another
one. I bet Larkin's coming, show her.
A craft.
Rocky.
Hi, Barry.
Have you seen what you've seen then?
No.
Okay, do the soul pitch. everything on Amazon.
With that, I'll do that.
I'm not at it. What,
Yeah,
what's the
we know
price
as well.
for it? 130.
Just had me sat on it, Charlotte. You'll be fine.
It's surprisingly expensive because I'm not on it very long, I'm on a race. Just in between the races, it's just and it's a good ride. I totally would sell these. So I'm well interested in it. And I just drop it down. And a concertina thing, yeah, just put it out a little bit.
It's a bit like buckets, like fluffable buckets these days and everything, isn't
You
it?
can have it on different rides, just like this one.
Yeah.
That club.
Yeah. Black card would be for me.
On Wednesday, 21.59 or something at the moment, but
But it's Amazon or something.
down from
Yeah.
49.
I've got them.
There is
I just
black.
passed on to the station as you spoke.
Oh really?
Sorry.
There's black, green, red, blue.
Right, final call for members of the public in the paddock area. Can you please now make your way back to one of the public viewing areas, either the small one which is up by the where the ambulance is parked, or back to the main viewing area where you came in the first instance and parked your car. Craft will be coming out onto the grid in a few minutes. First race is scheduled for 2:45, and that is Formula 50 combined with the Formula 3 and Formula 35. If you've only just recently come in and you've missed the first block of racing, then welcome to Whittlebury Park. This is day 2 of our racing here. The weather is such that it's very overcast, but please make sure you keep your fluids up, because it's one of those warm days. It sort of can catch you out very, very quickly. So this is our second round of the championships this year. It should have been our third. The first one was postponed due to the weather a few months back, and that was up north at Allerton, so that's been rescheduled into our calendar. And so we've now ended up with this one being our second. We are here again back in October. So if you want to look at our main calendar of events, then the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, you'll find all the event timetable there. Our next one is at Rother Valley Country Park in Sheffield, and that's in 2 weeks. So not that far north from here in the overall scheme of things.
Against Tracy. I'd hop in the front. Ruben said don't get anyone to stand. With the 10-minute boards, yeah. That's going to be amazing. Just hang on another couple of minutes, I'll let you know when.
I was thinking you've got a wedding coming up there. So yeah. That alcohol is.
Scott's going to bring that in. Change it for what? Thank you. Go for the check. All right. Yeah.
The vents are not working, and the computer is not typing, as in.
Right, that's our 10-minute board has just gone up, so the craft's starting to come out into the grid. So just to reiterate what I said a short while ago, please make sure you keep your fluids up. We've had a few people go down up here. It's a weird day. The sun's not really out, but the temperatures are up. So please make sure you've got your fluids up today. So, if you weren't here this morning and you've just come in for this second block of racing, then I'll give you a brief overview of what each formula is about as they come up onto the grid. So we've got 3 formulas here on the grid. The primary, or the main group, will be Formula 50. So it's originally designed around the Rotax 503 engines, twin-cylinder air-cooled, and it's 50 horsepower. And they have to run it in its standard format, so no special carbs or exhaust, and they're only allowed to use the one fan off that engine to provide both the lift and thrust. There is also a weight restriction on this particular category, so it's a combined weight of the driver and craft, and that is tested. Piece of equipment has been developed to actually do that on site here. As for the rest of the craft, then the design is entirely up to the driver with the hull and the skirts. The Formula 3s, so we're looking at up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke, and then we've got the Formula 35s. They're running industrial four-stroke engines. They're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower, and that's total of all the engines on board. They'll be typically using a Briggs & Stratton, so what you sort of see on a lawnmower type, agricultural type vehicle. We've only got one F35 there this weekend. And that is coming onto the back of the grid there now, 171 Zoe Deacon. Much bigger fan than the rest, so that's part of the criteria for that particular category as well. Right, so in pole position we got number 81 Nick Drew. And second spot 43 Josh Morales. They are both tussling for that first spot, so look out for a good race between those two. Josh still to come through onto the grid yet. Third spot will be 117 Elliot Folland. Then completing the front row will be number 69, Dan Turnbull. So all these Formula 50s at the moment. Second row, we've got 111, Hannah Deacon. Then 48, Josh Trustler. He was in juniors last year. 95, Charlie Clark. He was also in juniors last year. So that completes row 2. Row 3. We got brother and sister. So 51, Georgia Olner. She's got a brother, Kian Olner, number 72, alongside her on that third row. Then we got number 145, Formula 3, Charlie Moore. Then another Formula 3, is it Richard Pound? It's a father and son combination. Probably Richard, or is it Harry? No, I've got Harry on my screen. So Harry Pound, 144. That completes row 3. Row 4, 59, and that is Oscar Lewindon in a Formula 50. Then that Formula 35, 171 Zoe Deacon. Then 86 Ben Lambert, another one that's come out of juniors last year. And then on row 5, we got number 167 Nancy Devlin. So all the races, 8 laps apart from the Colts. The Colts being the youngest group, aged 10 to 13, they'll only be doing 6 laps. Oh, I think we'll be coming up to the, should be coming up to the 2-minute board fairly soon. Looks like we've got about another minute yet before we go onto that 2-minute board. So, whilst we're talking about the Formula 50, we have the opportunity now for any member of the public that fancies having a go. Oh, we're on the 2-minute board. There is now the availability of hiring a craft for a day or a weekend. I'll talk about that later, but it is a Formula 50 craft. So when you see the craft going round, that is the sort of craft that you could hire for a weekend. But I'll talk about that a bit later on when we get a bit more time. So we're on the 2-minute board now. And we're now on the 1-minute board, so 1 minute away from the start. Right, we're on the flag, here we go, and we're away. And it's 43, Josh Morales around the outside, but Nick 2 on the inside, they take the turn, and it's Josh Morales, 43, that sweeps round and into the lead. 81, Nick Drew trying to do the cut back as they go around to the next turn, but it is Josh Morales still leading. Then 81. And Georgia Owner, 51, getting swept well wide, coming back into the pack, but she's lost quite a few places there on that turn to run towards the water. Drives across the line. It's 43, 81, 69, 111, 117, 48, 95, 72, 59, 145, 51, 144. And still coming through, 86. Then 167, then 171. As they cross the line, the lead 12 starting to split apart very slightly, but still very much in touch with each other. Oh, Georgia Owner, 51, who got swept wide at the beginning of the race, is starting to try and make up some ground. She's just got past 145 Charlie Moore. Meanwhile, our two front runners have just gone through. Nick 2 still within striking distance. Third spot, 69 Dan Turnbull, then 117 Elliot Bolland, then 111 Ronnie Flack. Then 48 Josh Trussell, 95. Charlie Clark, 22. Ian Olner, 59, Oscar Lewington, 51, Georgia Owner, then 145. Charlie Moore, they're still coming through, 144, Harry Pound. Right, we're now midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone. Our leader goes through, 5 laps completed now. Josh Morales still leading, but Nick Drew still within striking distance, and they're going to be coming through traffic. So that could all change very quickly. Nancy Devlin, the back marker, getting caught up in that battle for the lead. Six laps completed now. 2 front runners going through, and Nick Drew closing down on the lead craft as they go through the traffic. And down very slightly. So Josh Morales goes through, 1 lap to go. Nick Drew on his tail. Well, looking for the leaders, the run to the line, the checkered flag is waiting. Here we go. Josh Morales, 43, takes the win. 81, Nick Drew takes second. Close, but not close enough for Nick. He was on his tail all the way through. Third goes to 69, Dan Turnbull. Fourth goes to 117, Elliot Holland. Just waiting for fifth to come through. Oh, close, but not close enough. So fifth goes to 48. Josh Trussler, and just behind. Buttercraft lengthening it. 6th spot, 95, Charlie Clark. Seventh goes to 72, Pianola. 8th goes to 59, Oscar Lewington. 9th goes to 51, George Olner. 10th goes to 145, Charlie Moore. 10th goes to 144, Harry Pound. 12th goes to 171, Zoe Deacon. This is the overall scores. And 13th, 167, Nancy Devlin. 14th goes to 111. Hannah Deacon, and then 15th, 86, Ben Lambert. They'll now get split down into their individual formulas, but that was the overall results as they crossed the line. Right, our next group up are the Colts. So the age range for this particular group, aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricting what they can run engine-wise, but there is also the primary consideration for this formula is the amount of thrust that they can actually produce. So no point in getting an engine and tuning it to any great extent, because it's all about the amount of thrust that's actually coming out the back. That is checked on a fairly regular basis. So the pole sitter for this race will be Tyler Reynolds, 158. His first race today didn't go quite according to plan, but his accumulation of points yesterday, he was the runaway winner, means he still holds on to that first spot at the moment. Second spot is number 4, Theo Spedding, he's already there. Third spot is 82, James Cooper, and he's already there. And fifth spot, sorry, full spot, number 5, Lucas Rhodes, who we're still waiting for by the looks of it. We've also got 95, Dylan Clark, on the second road. Right, whilst we're waiting for this race to get underway, just another reminder, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the sport, I know that having chatted with some of you earlier, you've come back from having seen the racing from years ago, days of when we were at Claydon. For those of you that it's your first time, then if you want to find out some more about the sport as a whole, or just look to see where the race calendar is for this year, the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Our next event, which is in 2 weeks' time, is at Rother Valley Country Park. Completely different setup to what we have here. That is predominantly water with a small section of land, so complete opposite. We've been racing there for quite a good few years now. We will be back again here in October for the final round of the UK Championships. In between time, there will be further rounds in the UK, but also, more importantly, for us certainly, there is a World Championships in Germany. So there'll be quite a few craft going from the UK to that event. The World Championships every 2 years. And this time it's Germany. In 2026, it will be in the UK again. So, for the build-up for the Worlds, that is why we've got Michael Metzner here from Germany, getting his craft prepped and himself race prepped for that event. Michael, a former world champion, Formula 1, 2. And that has obviously had an impact on our schedule, our calendar for this year, because at the end of August, the August bank holiday, we were normally down south at Fawley for our regular event down there, but that has actually been dropped from the calendar this year because it clashes with the World Championships. But that'll be back on our calendar again for next year. Right, we're coming on to the 2-minute ball for the start of this race now. 2 minutes away from the start. So don't forget, this is only 6 laps for the Colts. All the rest of the races this afternoon will be 8, but this one is just 6 laps for the Colts. There we go, the flag's dropped. And Tyler Reynolds off like a shot in number 158, followed by Theo Spedding in number 4. I've no idea. There is a separate keypad. I don't know which one you're using. That is. So our next group up, Formula 2 and Formula 1. Combined groups. So Formula 2's up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. There is a 4-stroke on the front row of the grid, number 89, Peter Symes Thompson. The Formula 1's unlimited capacity, anything goes. We're not talking about CC here, we're talking about grunt, and that grunt is horsepower. So as a general guide, the thrust engine will be somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower. They're generally running 2 strokes. There'll also be a lift engine as well. 0 to 60, they will out-accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start. And they'll top out at around about the 80-mile-an-hour mark. So we're on the front row, we've got a mix of Formula 1 and Formula 2. So pole position for this race. Mix of fortunes. This is why the Formula 1s and Formula 2s are mixed up on the grid. This is all based on points accumulated over the weekend. And there's some, some of the craft have not, their plan hasn't quite worked out as well as they hoped. So a few of them have had problems. So our pole sitter for this race is a Formula 2, Adam Turnbull, number 68. Then we've got Michael Metzner, number 56. In the Formula 2. Michael coming all the way from Germany to race this weekend. Then we've got Stevie Milligan, 25, Formula 1. Then completing the front row, another Formula 2, this time running a 4-stroke, 89, Peter Symes Thompson. Second row, we got a Formula 1, number 1, Callum Beale. Alongside him is 119. And that's, I think it's going to be Jake Trussler, Formula 2. He's in row 2. 98, Maciek Uchman in the Formula 2. Then another Formula 2, Alan Sutton, and he's number 52. And right at the very back is number 61, Dave Palfrey, and that's a Formula 2. Right, so don't forget 8 laps, and we're picking up the pace considerably now. We got coming on to row 3, I think, 55. So coming back to the grid as a whole, we've actually got 2 previous world champions on there and the current one. So the former ones are Michael Metzner, well, Team Bill, Callum is the son, but his dad, a former UK, European and world champion, Formula 1, Formula 2. And 55 has just come on the grid, is the current world champion in Formula 1, but he's not using his own craft this weekend. He's actually using that as a Formula, the one he's in is a Formula 2, and that belongs to Michael Metzner, but he's using it to debug it this weekend. So sorry, I say it's a Formula 2, but it's not, it's a Formula 1. Damien Rhodes, and that's the blue craft at the back there. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. And we're now on the 1-minute board. So watch out for Callum Beer, and that's Formula 1 on the second row, and also Cy Francis in number 2, another Formula 1. They'll be looking to mix it with the front runners. The starter is on the podium. The flag is up. Here we go. And we're away. Oh, slightly delayed there for senior at number 25. Into the turn first. It's 68, 89, 56. Number 1, number 2, 25, 119, 52, 98, 55, 61. That's as they run off the grid, and the grid is clear. So it looks as though first, second and third at the moment are Formula 2s. Adam Turnbull coming through first, 68, then 89, then 56, then the first of the Formula 1, Sky France number 2, then 81, Callum Beale, then another Formula 1, 25. Adam Turnbull 68, still leading. Oh, Cy Francis gets the craft right over his side behind Callum Beale, and he's spun out, rejoins behind Stevie Milligan. So Cy Francis in that Formula 1 getting airborne. Lose the place to Steve Milligan. That was close. That was right in front of me at the top of the hill here. Right, our leader, still Adam Turnbull. In the Formula 2, then another Formula 2, 89 Peter Johnson, then Michael Metzler, another Formula 2, then the number 1 craft in the Formula 1, Callum Beale trying to get through. So there's a big battle there for the lead. All that's completed now. The first four go through, absolutely nothing in it. They're all battling for that first spot. So it's a four-way battle for the lead. Michael Metzner, number 56. Callum now round the outside on the water section, gets through and past Pete on in number 89. So Callum Bill on a real charge now. He's moved up in the second. Callum is now chasing the leader and is on his toes to go round the turn on top of the hill. And they got back markers coming into play now. And Callum moves through on the inside, gets down to the water. So Callum Bill in the form. Just being told as so that's changed the top order. So we got 68, 1, 89, then 25, then 2, 119. Well, 25 and 22 going past me. That is the battle for fourth position. Stevie Milligan and Cy Francis, both those Formula Ones, number 25 and number 2. Side by side, they drop down to the water. There's a back marker involved in that. That's going to be tight as they go onto the water. They make it clean just. Last lap ball is now out. Callum Bill, the leader, 1 lap to go. So taking the win and the checkered flag, Callum Bill, number 1 in the Formula 1. Adam Turnbull coming through in second in that Formula 2. Third across the line, it's 89, Peter Simons Thompson in another Formula 2. Fourth across the line in a Formula 1, number 2, Cy Francis. Fifth across the line, number 25, Stevie Milligan in the Formula 1. Sixth across the line, 119. Formula 2. For 7. His 7th spot is 98, my Czech Uckerman. 8th is 52. That's going to be Aaron Sutton. That's the Formula 2. 9th, 61. Dave Palfrey, Formula 2. Then 10th, 22. Damien Rhodes. So a great race there between our Formula 1s and Formula 2s. So it sounds as if there's going to be some recovery involved there. I just heard that Michael Metzner is being recovered from the lake. So our next group up, junior race. So our juniors, aged 13 to 16 years of age. Again, they are restricted in what they can run. So as a general guide, it's the Formula 3 specification craft, so that's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. The Formula 50 specification craft, which is the based around the Rotax 503, 50 horsepower, and then the Formula 35 specification craft, and they're running industrial 4-stroke engines. There's none of them out there for this particular group, but they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower across all the engines on board. So it might be a small delay in getting this race underway whilst we recover craft and get some course construction work done. Well, it sounds a bit, it all got a bit manic on that drop onto the water. So that sounds like the 5-minute siren for this race. So I'm going to start going through the grid as we've currently got it. Some great racing with the juniors, very nip and tuck with the first 3 really. Our pole sitter for this race, 3 straight wins so far. Ollie Brand, what a birthday weekend. His birthday was yesterday. He's actually at the age now where he could choose to go up into the adults, but he will spend the rest of the season in the juniors. Alongside him is Tom Hudson, number 46. Then we got Lily Elston, who came out of the Colts last year, or the end of last year, number 44 there in 3rd. And then completing the front row, number 9, Rhodes. 2nd row, we got 147. Now, he's not racing his own craft. That unfortunately blew up yesterday with 4-stroke. So he's borrowed that craft. And so Nathan running as 147, his normal number, but completely different craft. So it's all about Nathan getting some points away from this weekend. Alongside him is number 75. And that is Harley. And row 2 is 20. So 7 craft on the grid for this race. Right, so these juniors will actually be doing the full number of laps, 8 laps. All right, sounds as if we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly. Right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. Well, just give you an idea of how close it is. Certainly between the top two, if not the top three, the race could be won on this first turn. So it's critical that Ollie Brand gets away in that pole position. Last year's junior champion, carrying that number 1 number on his craft. 1 minute board's now gone. Here we go, we're on the flag. Hammer away. And Ollie gets off to a great start. Number 1, off to a flying start. Then it's 46, and Keris Lily there in 44.9, getting a bit close for comfort there, but they split apart. Well, Ollie off to an absolutely flying start. Let's see a trolling second spot in that number 46 craft, and bouncing pressure. Lily going through in third, number 44, then carries number 9 in fourth. Fifth is Joe in number 24, then Nathan in 147. Two laps completed now. Oh, Gary's putting the craft up inside as she went past me there. The wind very slight, but must be catching the craft. A few of them have done that now today, right in front of me. So Harley Allman 75. The back marker has just been lapped by the leader now. Well, Ollie Brown is opening up that gap very nicely now. He's extending the lead in that number one craft over 46. Tom Hudson in second. Third just gone through, Lily Elson. And we've got some way back now to full spot. That's going to be Kerry Slodes, number 9. She's just crossing the line now. Well, that's 6 laps completed for our leader now, Ollie Brown. As he sweeps past Carriage Road, puts her a lap down as they drop down to the water. And Tom Hudson, well, still in a solid second, but not on the same pace as the leader. Third, just crossing the line at the moment, is 44, Lily Elston. So last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. And the run to the line. Check flag goes down for Ollie Brand. An easy win in the end for Ollie. 4 straight wins for Ollie. And coming through in second, 46, Tom Hudson. We're just waiting for third spot now. That should be Lily Elston, number 44. Just waiting for her to come into view. There she is. So Lily comes through in third. And fourth, at the moment my screen is saying Caris Rhodes. So Caris takes fourth. Fifth goes to 24, Joe Smith. Sixth goes to 147, Nathan Ash. Seventh goes to Harley Allman in number 75. Right, so our next group up are the novices. So, novices. This group, yeah, pretty much explains itself. The criteria for this particular category is they can use any of the main Formula craft, even the Formula Ones. The Formula Ones, however, would be restricted in the amount of thrust they can produce. Generally, the choice for new people coming in would be a Formula 50 or a Formula 3 type craft. They have to do 15 races before they qualify up. Now, we don't have any complete novices in this race. However, there is one driver that only started at the beginning of this weekend, and he just happens to be driving the craft that is now available to hire. So 34 Clive Buxton will be out in a Formula 50. That's the craft that you can now hire. Obviously, you need to pre-book that probably well in advance. It'll all depend on the availability at each race meeting. But if you think to yourself, well, I might quite like to have a go at this sport, but don't want to do that initial outlay of buying a craft, the opportunity that is there now to actually hire a craft for a day or a weekend and try it out. It's called Arrive. If you go on the internet and put Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race, that should send you to the right place. It's obviously to the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain. But if you want to send an email, the direct link is to info@hovercraft.org.uk. Or again, you could go to our main club website, www.hovercraft.org.uk. Just to give you an idea, if you want to hire that craft for one day, it's £195. And if you want to do for 2 days, it's £325. So that craft this weekend's been hired by Clive Buxton in number 34. He's in 3rd spot on the grid. The pole sitter is a returning driver, so not a new novice. That's Noel Wilkinson, number 155. 142 in 2nd spot is Jonathan Blyker. 3rd I've just mentioned, and 4th is number 99, Charlie Bristow, and she's running a Formula 2. Now, it looks like we've actually only got 3 crafts on the grid. Noel Wilkinson is missing off the grid at the moment. So I'm just going to have a wander down there, see if Noel's going to make it out onto the grid. Yes, he's all geared up and the engine's running. So Noel will be out in just a moment.
Or even making coffee.
In your coffee.
Yeah.
Right, I've just been told that there's a what we call a lanyard failure on the one of the craft on the grid. So a lanyard, what's that then? Okay, so that is a safety cord that connects from the driver. It can be attached to their wrist, it can be attached to their life jacket, wherever you want. But the other end of that cord is attached to a switch. So in the event of a driver coming out of the craft, that switch gets pulled and the engine automatically stops. So the craft doesn't go herring off without the driver. So that is actually checked each time they come out onto the grid to make sure that that lanyard actually is operational and working properly. So he's obviously got onto the grid. the marshal said, right, stop your engine. He's pulled the cord and nothing's happened. So there's now Frontic getting tools out, and it's probably a simple connection, electrical connection. That's usually what it is. So hopefully he'll be getting out into the race. He might miss the start, but hopefully they'll get him out. It's usually a simple thing to fix, but it is quite critical and mandatory that it must work. Right, we're coming on to the 2-minute board now. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start. Right, we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. Well, it looks as though they may have fixed that problem on the number 34 class there. His driver's sitting in the car. I think the engine is running, so he'll be released once the others leave the grid. Right, the flag is up. Here we go. And we're away. Well, after the race start at the moment is Charlie Bristow, number 99. Followed by 155, Noel Wilkinson, then Jonathan Blyker in 142. And then being released, number 34, Clive Buxton. Well, the turn to drop onto the water. Noel Wilkinson has got the tighter turn and snuck through into the lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it now. So it looks like we've got a bit of a battle on for that first spot. Noel Wilkinson is our leader. Charlie Bristow, not had a great weekend, but looks as though, fingers crossed, things are going better for her in this race. Jonathan Blyker in number 142 in third. And then we got the number 34 Craft in fourth. So just 2 laps into this race at the moment. Battle is still on for the lead of the race. Our leader, Noel Wilkinson, with much more experience, so he'll be controlling, hopefully, the race from the front. Well, the change of the lead has happened. I'm not sure whether Noel had a problem. He made the turn to drop down to the water, and the line looked a bit peculiar, and I now see a waved yellow flag. So I think Noel Wilkinson at the moment is out of the race. He's dropped out of my view. So Charlie Bristow is the new leader, number 99. So Noel Wilkinson, we've got a camera up higher which can see a bit better. Doesn't have a perfect view of Noel in that craft that's stopped, but it's just stopped before the water transition, the drop onto the water. So we're now midpoint in the race. Charlie's already gone through. She's got 4 more laps to go, with a very comfortable lead now. Just coming across in second place is 142, Jonathan Blyker. He's half a lap down on the leader. And last lap board is now up. Charlie Bristow goes through, 1 lap to go. Our 10-minute board has already gone up, I believe, for the final race of the weekend. That's the open Formula race, so we should see some movement of the craft getting prepared for the grid fairly soon. And Charlie Bristow, number 99, takes the win. An easy win in the end, with Noah Wilkinson, 155, dropping out. So we'll just wait for them to finish off before we confirm second and third. Oh, and we have a swimmer. Our first swimmer of the weekend. I missed him going in. Well, I believe it was a swimmer. It was Clive Buxton. He's back in the craft. So, just running through the positions. 99 Charlie Bristow took first. 142 Jonathan Flyker took second. Third goes to 34 Clive Buxton. And fourth, well, that's Noel Wilkinson, who didn't finish the race. So, there we go. That's a scenario where that driver stopped and the craft stopped and the driver didn't. That craft is now going to be checked because the driver came out and that engine should have stopped. So there will be a further check. It obviously failed on the line as it went off, so there'll be a further check on that craft before it's allowed to operate again. Fortunately, it's the last race of the day, so there'll be no panic on that to get it sorted. But it's an issue that will have to be resolved before the next event. So at the start of every race meeting, all the craft are scrutineers. We have a dedicated team of scrutineers that are specific to our sport. They will go through and sign off all the craft at the beginning of an event. And if there is any damages incurred during the weekend, it may require the scrutineer to recheck the craft. So the start grid team is now awaiting for our last group to come up onto the grid, and this is an open formula race. So open to all the main formulas, apart from the Novice, Junior and Colts. 8 laps. And we get a complete mixed bag out for this particular race. So the pole sitter for this race, number 5, Michael Metzner, all the way from Germany this weekend. He's running a Formula 1, so pole position. Alongside him is number 1, Conrad Bill, another Formula 1. Both of those drivers, a former Formula 2 and 1 world champions. We're coming up to the 2 very shortly, so I'm going to whiz through the grid. In 3rd spot on the front row, 119, Rob Trussler, Formula 2. Then Maciek Uckman, 98, completing the front row, Formula 2. 2nd row, 61, Katrina Palfrey, a Formula 2. Then 52, Abby Bill, a Formula 2. 53, Jamie Lewington, a Formula 2. Row 3, we've got 144, and that is going to be, it's saying Richard Pound here in a Formula 3. Then we've got Cy Francis, number 2, in a Formula 1. And then 48, and that is going to be Josh Trussler. Oh, Jake Trussler, sorry, Jake Trussler in 48. That's a Formula 50, then 95, and that is going to be Charlie Clark. Oh, Jamie's not out there. Sorry, just been told. 70 is on the back row there, and that is Thomas Richard. Then 22. That's not out there, I don't believe. So there's going to be a big push off the line. The 2 Formula 1s in pole and 2nd spot will be looking to come out of that turn first. We're 1 minute away from the start. Just remember these Formula 1s, they will do 0 to 60 faster than most standard road cars. They'll top out at 80 miles an hour. And we're coming up to the flag very shortly. The flag is up. There we go. Michael Metzner's got the line. Can he hold it around the turn? Yes, he does. So it's 5, 1, 119, 2, 98, 48, 52, 61, 117, 144, then 70. The grid is cleared. So the 2 F1s romping away with another 3rd F1 in pursuit. That's Cy Francis in the yellow craft. Oh, Thomas Richard goes through the line and then stops. He's lost his lift engine. And craft either side of him as they go round the turn. So Thomas Richard in the line of fire as it goes round the turn. The first 2 lead craft have managed to avoid him. And he's now being dragged out of the way. So the track is now clear again. So number 70 out of the race. Right, now Michael Metzner leading in number 5, getting through the traffic, followed by number 1, Conrad Beale. halfway point of the race. 4 laps on. Michael Metzler still leading. Conrad Bill, number 1 in second, still within striking distance. The back markers could make a difference, but at the moment, Michael working his way through very nicely, as is Conrad. Third spot in the Formula 1, Cy Francis, number 2, a little way back, but in a comfortable third. Oh, 119, tripped off to one side. At the turn to drop down to the water, 119. Rob Trussler has dropped out with a thrust engine problem. And it looks as though he's out of the race. I think he's just tried firing it up, and I think the engine may have locked. So 119. Rob Trussler out of the race. That's 6 laps completed. Last lap board now waiting for our leaders. Here we go. Number 5, Michael Metzler goes through. 1 lap to go now. Conrad Beal is second in that number 1 car, still pushing hard. There is some traffic for them to get past, but not enough, I think, to make any difference. Still waiting for third to come through. That should be Cy Francis in number 2. Yeah, here we go. He just comes into sight now, crossing the line. And Michael Metzler, number 5, takes the win. Conrad Bill, number 1, takes second. The 2 Formula 1s dominating this race. The 2 Formula 1 and 2 world champions there, having a great battle, but Michael came out on top this time. Third spot across the line, Cy Francis, number 2, another Formula 1. And then we're in 4th spot, in 98 by Czech Hoffman in a Formula 2. 5th spot is 48, Jake Trussler, Formula 50. 6th spot, well, I'm still waiting for those to come through. At the moment, it's Elliot Folland, 117, Formula 50. Then 7th spot, 61, Katrina Palfrey, Formula 2. There's 8th spot, 144, and that, I'm not sure whether that was Harry or his son or dad there, but that's one of the pounds. 9th spot, 52, Abby Bill in a Formula 2. 10th, 119. Rob Trussler, well, he dropped out with a blown engine, I think. And 70, Thomas Richard in that Formula 2 pulled out early in the race, so he's a non-finisher. Right, so that is our racing done for this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. For those members of the public that have come along to watch, I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. Don't forget, we are back in here in October. Our next one is in 2 weeks' time at Rother Valley Country Park, which is near Sheffield. So if you fancy a trip up there, then that is a completely different venue to what we're running here. And don't forget, if you want to find out some more information or look at the calendar, the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. So just checking out it's actually September, the end of September that we're back here, the 5th and 6th of September. So I think it just remains for me to say goodbye to all those that have come to watch. I hope you've enjoyed it. We hope to see you again either later in the year or next year. Have a safe journey home. And for those watching on the internet, our day is done. And I hope you've enjoyed the live feed we've been pushing out. And I'm going to sign off now. It's me, Barry Oakley, saying goodbye. Sorry, I've just been corrected. It's 5th and 6th of October. I'm looking at my calendar. It's like, where's the year going?